Hey there, I'm Katja Savia, an independent artist from Finland. 6 years ago I did my first YouTube cover and it was from a game, the songs from a game, Gabriel Night, The Sins of Fathers. So I decided to celebrate my 6 years anniversary here on YouTube by giving something to all the Gabriel Night fans out there. I hope you enjoyed this one. Thank you for watching and thank you for your support. Remember to give this video a thumbs up, share it with someone.
Well, hello everyone. Happy Friday, and welcome to another episode of Daniel Plays. And today we're going to continue Gabriel Night 2. I hope everyone's doing well. Yesterday I had a 3-hour conversation with Robert Holmes. It was pretty great. And tomorrow I'm going to talk to Jane Jensen. So This is the mid-stream interlude between Robert Holmes and Jane Jensen. And if you have any questions that you want me to ask Jane Jensen in the Q&A section, feel free to drop them in the chat. Hopefully I'll have enough time because unlike my conversation with Robert Holmes, which was 3 hours, my conversation with Jane Jensen will be a bit shorter because she's constricted in time. So hopefully I'll have enough time for a Q&A section. Either way, if you have questions, drop them in the chat. What else? Nothing else. I think I'll just thank our Patreon members. These guys who make Conversations with Curtis and TikTok with Daniel Albu possible. Thank you, everyone. These are our Patreon and Coffee members. And if you can join on a monthly basis, then we also have the one-time donation feature in Coffee. And the top 7 in the last 30 days are CJ, who took the top spot after Jouex was there for quite some time. So we have CJ, Schwex, Joseph Austin, CompuArt, Moffat Reborn, Victor Chang, and Whitey Wanderer. So thank you guys. So the plan for today is hopefully in the last live stream we reached episode 3. And hopefully I'll be able to finish episode 3 and 4 today. Episode 4 is a bit tricky because there are a lot of locations in the museum that you need to click on in order to progress in that level. But hopefully we'll be done with that. Maybe we'll get to episode 5, maybe halfway through episode 5. I don't know. Maybe we'll finish the game. Who knows? At this point in time, who knows? So let me just get the game ready and we'll be able to start. That's it. Let me move OBS over here. We have the game ready. And boom. Okay. Schattenegger asks, how do you create your animations, Daniel? Oh, which animations are you talking about? The ones from OBS? Some of them I create using Adobe Premiere manually and then play them as video files in the stream. Others I try to create with features within OBS. So let me know which animation you're talking about and I'll let you know how I created it. That's it. Let's play the game. Chapter 3. Wait, let's look at the China again.
Our homie.
China.
China. Our homie.
Okay. By the way, I know that one of the... Like the Chatnigger asks, at the start of the stream, for example, with the text. Oh, okay, so that one I created using Adobe Premiere. If you're talking about the YouTube animation I created for my channel, that then I created with Adobe Premiere and some After Effects. Okay. By the way, I know that one of the internet's greatest mysteries is where the Huber farm location was photographed for the game. And I asked Robert about it, and I'm also going to talk to Jane about it tomorrow. So hopefully these mysteries will reach a resolution in the near future once these conversations are published.
CJ tip 20 pieces of 8. Gabe
Gabe, especially Gabe. Yeah, Clement, it is a mystery because apparently, you know, all of the people on the internet who go on Gabriel Knight 2 tours, then they visit all of the locations. We had a few people post photographs from their visits in these locations, but the Huber farm has always been a location that no one could find. So, yeah. Okay, let's read the newspaper. Okay.
It looks like there's been another wolf killing, and this one occurred last night in downtown Munich.
Oh, wow.
I don't have anything to write about at the moment.
What else do we have here?
Herr Knight, the keys for the car are by the door. It is better not to drive inside Munich. Drive Road 96 to Lockham. That's me.
Let's take a look at the seatbelt once again. I mean, even if they thought at the time that the seatbelt linked to the door is somewhat safe, it's still not exactly user-friendly because, you know, you open the door and you always bump into the seatbelt. It's not very convenient to enter the car and have that seatbelt in your way. I like Star Wars. It's not Tim Curry. Yeah, Tim Curry voiced Gabriel Knight in the first and third game.
Das vereinbaren Sie am besten mit meiner Sekretärin. Gut, ja, danke. Ah, I was hoping you'd stop by. I have a package for you.
Really?
Yeah, this is one.
Must be from Gertie.
I trust this morning finds you well, Mr. Knight.
Hell, I'm lucky it's found me at all.
Top Fuel tipped 26 pieces of 8. I love watching you play these old games. Brings back so much nostalgia. Thank you so much.
Oh, it's my pleasure. And true, the nostalgia of these games is something that you just can't get from other types of games. I mean, even the newer games like Return to Monkey Island are, even if you like them, are still games that you played as an adult, And the magic of these games, in addition to the gameplay and the story and such, is always the fact that it reminds you of the time you played this game as a kid.
You can call me Gabriel, by the way.
Oh, of course, call me Harald. Harry's okay too.
Thanks, Harry.
Harry Ubergrau. Let's see what Grace sent us.
March 18th, 1994. Gabriel, you might as well know, I'm in Rittersburg. I wasn't about to sit in New Orleans and let you have all the fun. Besides, if it goes anything like last time, you're gonna need my help. I've been doing the research Gerda said you wanted. Enclosed is a book you might find useful. It looks a little outdated, but then I've never dealt with werewolves before, so it's hard to be sure. There's also some werewolf history right here in town. I found some clues pointing to a werewolf called the Black Wolf. He's cropped up in a couple of places, including here in Rittersburg in 1750, and in association with Ludwig II, a Bavarian king that died in 1886. It's all ancient history, I know, but something tells me that it is relevant. I'm not sure where to go from here, except to look into Ludwig II. Ask around about the Black Wolf in Munich and see what you find out. Also, let me know if you want me to research Ludwig or join you there. I'm sending this to your lawyer, but I'll need to contact you directly. Send your address and phone number ASAP. Herr Huber is being stubborn and won't tell me. Be careful and write. Grace.
Damn it, what the hell is Grace doing here? At least she's off in the ozone somewhere. The Black Wolf, Ludwig II. She's really losing it.
I mean, the game takes place in 1994 and was released in 1995. They had better ways of communication at the time. They didn't have to keep sending letters to each other. Even though it seems like the mail service works properly in this location, and they get the mail just like in Phantasmagoria 2, like a day after or a couple of hours after it was sent. So that's great. Be careful around Germans, yeah.
Do you know anything about King Ludwig II?
But naturally. Have you been running into him much on your tour of Munich?
Running into him? Isn't he dead?
Yes, long dead. But he is still everywhere, like your Marilyn Monroe or Elvis. He is the Bavarian enigma.
So what's the big deal about this Ludwig guy?
They call him the fairy tale king. He's very romantic and mysterious, you know. He built castles, and now they are huge tourist attractions.
Castles? Where are they?
Oh, let's see. Herrenchiemsee is about 3 hours southeast. Neuschwanstein is southwest of the border with Switzerland, about 2.5 hours. I can have my secretary draw you a map, if you like, but most German maps have them already marked.
No, thanks. I wasn't thinking of going myself. But it does seem like a harmless enough activity for someone else I know. So this guy's just a dead king, right? And these castles are just out in the countryside, hours from Munich.
Yes.
Perfect. Have you ever heard of anyone or anything called the Black Wolf?
No. Sorry.
That's all right. I'm sure it's nothing.
Ye of little faith. I mean, after what they've seen in the first game, how is any of this surprising? Okay, I read Grace's letter. Let's go.
Well, I'm off.
Britt says he's younger than the game itself, so he was probably born after 1995 and just got into it as an adult. And did you play the third one? Because I know the third one is a bit problematic to run on modern machines. Back in the day, you could run it on your machine without any problems, but nowadays you need to use a virtual machine or compatibility settings in order to run that.
Guess I figured out where last night's killing took place. I don't think they'd know much about it.
Oh my god. We're a step away from Canis Lupus Lupus. Where's my analysis?
It's a receipt for a hunt.
You.
Are y'all with the news? I have some information you might find of interest.
You're an American.
That's right.
That's
I
right.
believe you have information about the mutilation killings.
I do have some information, yes, ma'am. I was about to discuss it with the commissar over there, but he seems kind of busy. I thought I'd speak with y'all instead.
Nun gut, was soll's. Dreh schön, Dieter. Wir befinden uns am Tatort des bis jetzt letzten bizarren Todesfalles, der durch die Killerwölfe herbeigeführt wurde. Mit mir befindet sich ein Amerikaner, der offensichtlich wichtige Hinweise bezüglich dieses Mordfalles hat. You believe you have information about the wolf killing, sir?
Yes, I do. I was about to ask Commissar Liebe over there some questions, such as why animal hair found at the crime scene is reddish-brown when the escaped zoo wolves were gray.
Fragt, wieso die Tierhaare am Tatort rötlich-braun sind, wie doch die entlaufenen Zuwölfe offensichtlich grau waren.
And how come paw prints found at the scene indicate an animal much larger than the zoo wolf species Canis lupus lupus?
Und fragt, wieso die
Well played, Dean.
Pfotenabdrücke
Well
am
played.
Tatort viel größer sind als die der Zoowölfe. How did you get this information?
Well,
All right, you have my attention. Now, who are you?
I'm Gabriel Knight. I'm the American novelist. I've been by your station to see you, but funny thing, they would not let me in.
All right, I'll see you at the station later, but only if you agree to get out of here and not talk to the boys.
You got it.
I think it's time for some Canis bloopus bloopers. Let me switch to some bloopers.
Sorry.
Joanne!
Go ahead and walk straight around here.
And how come paw prints found at the scene indicate an animal much larger than the escape, than the shit, than the goddamn it, than the...
Using curse words, Dean, doesn't suit you. Okay, back to the game.
He's busy. I told Lieber I wouldn't talk to the press anymore. Too bad, I could have been another.
Okay, let's go to the police station.
Kommen Sie herein.
Kommissar Lieber, so generous of you to see me.
Sit down, Mr. Knight.
Sit down.
Now, you will tell me what you think you know about this case, yes?
How do you say, quid pro quo in German?
There is no translation.
Thanks so much for your time.
Sit down. What are you proposing exactly?
You want information? I want information. It's, kind of convenient that way.
I can't give you police information.
Why not? I'm not asking for anything confidential. Hell, I can't even read the damn newspapers around here. Press release stuff, that's all I want.
All right. But then it's your turn. Agreed?
Agreed.
I hear you.
Okay.
How long have you been a commissar?
10 years.
All of them here in Munich?
Yes.
And a criminal commissar is like, what, a police detective in America?
Americans don't have so many ranks, I think. A German criminal commissar is, say, more like an English chief inspector.
Ah, P.D. James.
What?
Nothing. Tell me about the other victims.
What do you want to know?
How many victims have there been?
5, including the one downtown.
Could there be bodies out there that you haven't found yet?
No. Killings have been done in broad daylight. Body parts left like a trail of boat criminal. Breadcrumbs?
Jack the Ripper Wolf. When were the other victims killed?
The first was 32 days ago.
2 days after the zoo wolves escaped. And the others?
The 2 teenage boys were killed 20 days ago. The Huber girl 6 days ago.
They're speeding up.
Maybe.
What about the locations of the killings? Any pattern there?
You can see for yourself if you like. I have a marked map on the wall. Until last night, the killer always struck 30 to 40 minutes outside the city.
Outside the
rest was
city.
killed north of München near Esching. The 2 males were killed in Feldkirchen, that's east. Tony Huber was killed on her parents' farm just west of Lacham.
Wow.
What does forensics say about the killer?
That information is not for the press.
For the
But bite
press.
marks, saliva. You've seen the bodies, I haven't.
All I can say is, it is an animal.
Mind if I take a guess? Your boys in the lab say the bite marks are canine and are closer to wolf than to dog. But beyond that, they can't pin it down. Nothing like it on the records. Probably a weird hybrid. Yeah. That's what I thought. Have you given any thought at all about the possibility of
What?
a werewolf? Never mind.
Hey, Big Kahuna is here. This weekend, it's the Sierra reunion. So I invited Big Kahuna to join me for the live stream today, and he couldn't because he's at the Sierra reunion. So hopefully we'll get a few photos and maybe videos from the Sierra reunion. But we didn't get Big Kahuna to join me for this live stream.
The killer isn't one of the zoo wolves, is it?
That is information the press does not have, Mr. Knight. I expect it to stay that way.
I understand.
As you pointed out so loudly at the crime scene, evidence on the killer does not match what we know of the zoo wolves.
Yeah. So what are your thoughts about that?
Either there is a mistake with the zoo records.
I think the zoo would know if they had a reddish-brown hybrid in the wolf kennel.
I didn't say it was likely. Another possibility is, of course, that another animal is responsible.
Wild?
Possibly.
Possibly.
Maybe. A pet.
A pet? As in maybe the reason you haven't been able to track the thing is that it's going into someone's home.
It's possible.
You keep saying an animal. You found evidence of only one animal? One bite pattern, one saliva type?
Yes.
Yet 2 wolves escaped from the zoo.
As you say, the zoo wolves do not figure into this at all.
Oh, I wouldn't say that. No, I definitely would not say that. Tell me about the latest victim.
Male, 52, Grossberg was the name. He was a furrier. Ironic, isn't it?
A furrier. What an amazing coincidence. Have any theories about why the killer struck downtown this time?
No. Do you?
I read somewhere that wolves are clean animals. They don't kill close to their lair unless they're forced to.
But lair? What are you talking about?
Not sure, actually. Random thought. Have you ever heard of anyone or...
There is a weird
anything called
horizontal
black
line
The
of
hell
video
samples we have
artifact
are all
right in the
reddish
middle
brown.
of the video stream
Yeah, I know.
of the
I was just wondering if
scenes
you'd heard of a
inside the
black
police
wolf in
station.
general.
It makes Dean's nose much bigger, and his and the commissioner's nose as well, if you look at it.
Here is this.
What?
Missing persons case. A runaway teenaged girl. It happened in 1989 in a town called Kirschel, in the Nationalpark Bayerischer Wald, Bavarian National Forest.
Uh-huh.
Oh, I I just thought I remembered something. It was a sad case, you know. She was very pretty.
Hey, Big Kahuna programmed this room.
Ah, yes. Here it is.
What?
Was it a technical
surprise
challenge to
witness.
create a dialogue trees in
An
this
old
game?
lady who
In
lives
this
on
room
the edge of town near the
specifically?
woods. She says she saw the girl go into the woods the night she disappeared. Says the wolf got her.
The wolf.
The old lady had been complaining for some time about a huge black wolf in the woods. But no one believed her. She was verrückt. Crazy.
No one else ever saw the thing?
Hadn't been any wolves in those woods for 50 years.
So there was probably nothing to it.
That's what I thought at the time. Of course, that was years before this case. Never heard of wolf attacks back then.
Do you get a lot of missing persons cases in Germany?
Oh, sure. Mostly teenagers, runaways. It gets
Runaways.
worse all the time. Families are not like they used to be, yes?
Suppose not. That's all I wanted to know.
Good. We discuss you now, yes?
I guess.
You want to tell me, or do I have to ask?
I'm investigating the murder of Tony Yuba for her parents.
Why?
I'm an investigator. That's what I do.
You're an American PI?
You could say that.
And how did the Hubers end up hiring you?
Mutual friends?
I see. And this evidence you have?
A paw print and some hair samples from the Yuba farm. I spoke with some folks at the zoo.
I mean, over here, there's a vertical line in which there are video artifacts that cause the video to stretch.
As well.
And so Dean's nose is bigger, and
All
the
right, Mr.
commissioner's
Knight.
nose as well. Don't know if
I don't know how
anyone
the
notices
police deal with you
it,
in America,
or is it just
but in
me
this country, we don't like civilian interference.
over
I
here.
understand.
If you hear something, you come to me. If you see something, you come to me. And under no circumstances are you to speak with the press. You do. And I'll have your passport.
You wouldn't like it. It was a bad hair day.
I am quite serious.
I swear, not a word.
All right. I can't stop you from investigating. But stay out of our way.
Quiet as a shadow. That's me.
Okay. Time for some bloopers.
You have my attention. Now who are you?
My name is Gabriel Knight. I need to discuss some evidence with you about these killings. Fuck.
Fuck!
I'm okay.
Wow, Dean dropping some F-bombs. We're getting demonetized. Let's drop a few more.
Evidence with you about these killings. Fuck.
Fuck!
I'm okay. Oh, Christ. Oops. Nothing makes any sense to me anymore. It's like stupid.
Crap.
We've screwed everything up.
Guten Tag. I mean, sorry.
Joanne!
Got it. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And I'm rolling.
Look up. Stand. Watch me. Watch me, Whitney. Please.
My name is Grace. Is there any way I could see the dungeon?
It would be my pleasure.
Oh dear.
I just can't cross buck naked.
Aren't all bucks naked? She runs fast.
Now I'm really mad.
Okay, I got it. Thank you.
Where she needs to be?
Uh-huh.
Okay.
All right. That's okay. Go with it. And action.
What is going on?
What is going on?
What's going on? What is...
And scene. Okay. Let's check the map.
Grossberg. Didn't Liba say that was the name of the guy who was killed last night? Gross. This map, it marks the locations of all the wolf killings, right?
Yes. What?
The one last night, the one in the middle, doesn't really fit, does it?
It has to fit. It happened.
I suppose.
555-4432.
I still say that one in the middle is different. I still say that one in the middle is different. My notebook.
Can I use it on this? Yeah. I mean, I can write it down for you, Gabe. Don't need to be stealthy about it. It's 555-4432. By the way, I don't think the 555 thing works in Germany. Because in the US, they use the 555 because there is no 555. But maybe in Germany there is. And so this may actually be a real phone number.
I don't have any more questions for the commissar. I still...
No. Am I missing something?
I still say that one in the middle is different. I still say that one in the middle is different. The latest victim's name and number.
I don't like Star Wars says, I like this game, but this guy can't act his way out of a bag. Don't say that. We're trying to get Dean on the show, so... Ribbons of Intention says the fidget speed is weird when he's sitting. Well, Bikahuna, who apparently programmed this part of the game, is in the chat, so... You know, we can ask him what he did wrong to make the fidgeters work faster than they usually do.
I don't have any more questions for the commissar.
No more questions? Okay.
I'm gonna take off.
Bye.
Stay out of trouble.
stay out of
course.
trouble.
Guten Morgen, Herr Knight. I'm afraid there's no one here at the moment. They're all busy with their daily tasks. You are, however, welcome to use the club, so I've been informed.
Thank you, Xavier. You're so kind.
Well done, Xavier.
Mind if we chat for a moment?
Anything to be of service, sir.
So, tell me about the club.
What about it?
How long has the club been around?
Since 1970.
No way. The old Royal Bavarian Hunting Lodge? It's older than that, isn't it?
Die Königliche Bayerische Hofjagdloge is ancient. This particular form of it is new.
Okay.
What happened in 1970?
Baron von Glauer came. He brought a new vision. The lodge had nearly died out. Hunting is not so popular as it used to be.
Were you here when von Glauer joined?
Baron von Glauer. He hired me later, in 72.
How many members are there?
There are 5 now, not including you. I'm not sure of your status.
5? You mean the men that were here last night make up the entire club?
Quantity is not an overriding concern with us, Herr Knight. The Baron personally interviewed and approved each new member. Despite your own experience, this club is extremely exclusive. Not everyone would fit in.
No, I don't suppose they would. How often do the club members go hunting?
As a group, once a month or so.
Once a month? Hell, I thought y'all were hunters. Back home, you don't get out there and spill a little blood at least once a week. The other men start looking at you funny.
Organized club hunts are once a month. Members can use the club's lodges anytime on a more casual basis, and they frequently do.
So, tell me about the club members.
I don't gossip about our members, Herr Knight.
Gossip? With you? Please. I've never met anyone as obviously discreet as you.
Thank you.
Bet you could drop a load if you wanted to, though. You probably know more about what goes on around here than anyone.
True. At least I used to. But with all these new people coming in, I'm not sure I know anything anymore.
All these new people? You mean I'm not the only fresh blood?
No, Herr Dr. Klingman was only accepted a few weeks ago.
Really? Who brought him in?
I was not in on the discussion, so I really couldn't say. But I'm sure there was more thought behind his acceptance than yours.
Have you ever heard of the Black Wolf?
No.
Alrighty.
No.
All right, Xavier. Thanks.
Oh, man. Xavier doesn't like us one bit.
Cuckoo clock. Hello.
Grüß Gott.
Authentic Black Forest cuckoo clocks. Maybe. Cute.
Yeah, well, there is in there this sound thing, you know, to wake up. You know, in the morning.
An alarm clock.
Yeah, alarm clock. Yeah, richtig. Yeah.
How much is it?
Wie viel? 60 marks.
$60. Let's see how much that is in today's money. 60 marks. One mark is $50. Okay. That's it. That is in today's money. Today's money, it's $33. About $30, $33. And back then, it was, you know, with inflation. Let's say it was $100. This cuckoo clock cost $100. A bit overpriced if you ask me, but what do I know about cuckoo clocks?
I'll take that woodpecker clock.
60 marks, bitte.
He made a deal of a lifetime.
That's all right. I'll take it as it is.
Dankeschön.
Bitte.
Yeah, the Schattenjäger is right. He has all those clocks and his fidget is to look at his watch. I don't know, $100 for a handmade cuckoo clock is a bit steep, if you ask me. And this goes against Ron Gilbert's game design manifesto, in which he said that he believes that a good adventure game puzzle requires you to know that there is a puzzle before you try to get to a solution. But in this case, what's Gabriel's incentive to buy this cuckoo clock? He doesn't know that he may need it for the hunting club, or how he'll use it in the hunting club. So I don't know. And I think the cuckoo clock is the first weird thing we have in our pockets. Later on, we'll have Grace picking up a pigeon and placing it in her jacket. So even for Gabe's shoulder padded jacket, I think the cuckoo clock is too big.
I think I've pumped that particular well dry.
Okay.
Somebody's at the door.
I can hear.
Everything all right?
Everything is fine, Herr Knight.
So Gary and Kelly says, I try to go for realism when playing a game like Dungeons and Dragons, such as not using outside knowledge that my character would know. Now, in games and in movies, there's the suspension of disbelief in which, you know, in scenes like when one character realizes that another character is the bad guy by figuring out things that a different character just read somewhere else. So these type of things I accept as ways to progress the plot, but, you know, placing a cuckoo clock in your pocket or a pigeon, just, I don't know, just weird. Just like with the hammer in Phantasmagoria 1. When Tori is wearing jeans and she has a hammer in her pocket. That's not gonna fly. Okay, let's keep playing.
It just leads to a back alley. Locked.
We have the keys. Jane, what were you thinking?
I think I've pumped that particular well dry.
Pump it drier.
Möchte wissen, wer das ist.
I mean, when you think about the logic of how the player needs to realize the fact that this is the solution to the puzzle. I presume that the fact that we saw the cuckoo clock in the store and we heard the knocking of the cuckoo clock, and it sounded like a knocking on the door. So we need to realize that we can use that as a way to emulate a door knock. That's fine. That's one thing. But how am I supposed to realize that the door knock is what I need to use in the hunting club? I mean, if there had been a cutscene in which we were shown that people or I don't know, deliveries come from the back door, and sometimes people knock on this door, and so I'd know that this may be a way for me to do that, but I don't know. There's none of that. And regarding the cat mustache puzzle in GK3, as weird as that puzzle is, the game was still released in 1999, so we had internet access back then. So you could at least look up a walkthrough. But with these games, we had to wait for, I don't know, people to ask how to go through a certain section in the game in a computer game magazine that we'd buy on a monthly basis, and hopefully that solution would appear in that particular issue. If not, we'd have to wait for the next issue and the next one, or just call the hotline and pay $1 a minute. Nelson said, "What do you mean, Daniel? I solved it like everything else. Brute force took me literal weeks." Well, I agree. There are a lot of things I solved with brute force. But in this puzzle, I'm not even sure that you realize that the plant is clickable. Let's see if it's clickable. Okay, take the cuckoo clock.
Nice plant.
Okay, so when you're next to the plant and you click it, and he says nice plant. I don't consider it as something that I might use or click or use everything on. Okay, we're over here. Let's see.
Aren't some of these endangered species? Just a guess, but I don't think this stuff has much to do with hunting. Photos of the club hunts. Looks like Von Glauer and Von Zell monopolized the camera.
Behind the scenes photos.
What the hell do these guys hunt anyway? Ninjas?
Could be.
What the hell do these guys hunt anyway? Ninjas?
Nelson says it was a wow really moment. I remember that much, but it's one of the worst, more far-fetched puzzles ever made, no doubt. Okay, let's say you place the cuckoo clock in the plant. How do you realize that what you need to do with what you just did is to go to Xavier and stand beside him. I mean, you can't even click him. If you could have clicked him, then you would have known that maybe it's something that you need to wait for in a conversation with him. But you can't click him. So you need to realize that you need to stand next to him, and hopefully the cuckoo clock will start working. I don't know.
Just a guess, but I don't think this stuff has much to do with hunting. Rice, Von Agner, Henneman. I met them all last night. I wonder what these figures mean.
Mr. Knight?
Hey.
This room is for members. Only.
Oh, sorry. The door was open. I'll go up.
Wait! I'd better make sure you do not take another unexpected detour.
Don't take the book.
After you. Sava, kommen Sie!
Ja, Baron von Zell?
I found the basement door unlocked and Herr Knight below. Perhaps you could keep a better eye on the keys in the future.
I will, Baron von Zell.
Why do they need Xavier? It's like 5 people. Can't they handle their own schedules? Just lock the door on your way out, and that's it.
Yes? What is it?
Look at those fidgeters. They look seductively at each other. They stare in each other's eyes, and then they fidget at exactly the same time, uncomfortably.
So, what do you do for a living, Baron von Zell?
For a living? My family is in banking, Herr Knight. What do you do for a living?
Me? I'm a writer.
A writer? How aggressive of you.
How aggressive? He's a writer. The crap.
I take it you're particularly fond of hunting. I noticed the photographs downstairs. You and the Baron sure do get around.
We are the best? You may find that out for yourself someday.
Oh, I'm anxious for us to hit the field. I have a feeling there's a lot I could learn from you.
You may find yourself more challenged than you can imagine.
True. I don't get in as much practice as I'd like, and hunting's like any other sport. The more you do it, the better you get.
Bullshit. Hunting is a matter of the spirit, of will.
So it is.
However, Evan could see that von Glover and I have had more practice than the others in the club. We used to hunt together quite a bit.
Used to. You don't hunt together anymore?
No, not often.
Are you and Von Glauer too busy to hunt much these days, or have y'all fallen out?
I suppose I've simply outgrown him.
Really? In what way?
You wouldn't understand.
Try me.
Oh.
Oh.
How about telling me about the other club members?
I have a better idea. Why don't you tell me about yourself?
Like what?
For example, why are you in Munich?
Oh, I'm just vacationing and thought I'd stop by on my way through.
Really? And where are you staying in Munich?
Outside of town a ways.
Which suburb?
I'm on a farm, actually. And you know, I don't remember the name of the area. Probably couldn't pronounce it anyway.
Yes. Quite curious for someone with a supposedly high Germanic background.
Yep. I guess going out and making your mark on the rest of the world will do that to a family line. The club seems to be an exciting place. Do y'all travel much as a group?
No.
Really? You don't hunt abroad?
We are all very busy men.
No, isn't that odd? So, how do you like the club?
Herr Knight, if you wish to learn about the club, you should keep your mouth shut and observe.
Okay, we kept our mouth shut and then we went into the basement and we observed. But apparently that wasn't good enough for you either.
Have you ever heard of the Black Wolf?
No.
You mentioned that y'all don't go on hunting trips abroad?
We do not.
But those trophies in the basement, do y'all really have white tigers in Germany or lions?
The majority of what the club hunts are far more common species, Herr Knight. The trophies in the basement are exceptions, and they were obtained quite legally.
Oh, you misunderstand me, Baron von.
I think not. In any case, the basement is not public territory, and its contents are, therefore, none of your concern.
Of course, I do apologize.
As a guest of this club, the why you are a guest of this club is a mystery to me. But as a guest, perhaps you should limit your prowling and sniffing to areas which you are offered openly by those who belong here.
You're so right.
And get me my goddamn drain cleaner. So Ribbons of Intention asks, are you going to the fanfare thing in Seattle this summer? Unfortunately not. Plane tickets in late July are pretty expensive and they couldn't, buy me plane tickets for the fanfare. But Paul will be in the fanfare. He'll have a booth in which he'll sign autographs and sell some of the Conversations with Curtis stickers we still have. And he's also going to host a panel about the seventh guest with Graham Devine and the people who worked on the seventh guest. So he's going to be there. He's going to be the Conversations with Curtis representative. Okay. Let's go to the Huber farm. Yeah, hopefully in the next fanfare they'll have a bigger budget to cover my travel costs. I don't like Star Wars asks, have you guys ever had Graham Devine on the show? Yeah, we played the 7th guest. We brought him on in the 3rd episode, and we interviewed him, me and Paul, and then we played the 7th guest with him. So I think the title of that video is just Paul and Daniel play the 7th guest, part 3. And maybe we mentioned Graham Devine in the title, but maybe we should change the title to make it easier for people to find our conversation with Graham Devine.
I'd better make sure Gracie keeps busy elsewhere. Who should I call?
Who should I call? This number. We're gonna call this number.
Hello?
Hello, my name is Knight. I'm an American associate of Herr Grossberg's.
Yes? I was just calling the people in Herr Grossberg's address book to notify them. Have you heard that Herr Grossberg has...
Yes, I know about his death.
Yes, I'm sorry. Would you mind giving me your name again so I can check you off the list?
Knight.
Ella Hoffman... I'm not finding you.
Could you check under Vaughn? It's Vaughn Knight.
Oh, so, yes, Von. Von Eigner, von Frank, von Stein. You're not under Von either.
Excuse me, did you say Von Agner?
Yes?
Do you know Von Agner?
I don't know him. I don't know most of Grossberg's business contacts.
Grossberg knew him.
If this is about money, you're out of luck. All the accounts are locked until someone comes in and takes over. Besides, there's nothing in them anyway.
Really? Well, could you just look up an account balance for me?
I can't. The address book is all I have. The police have taken Herr Grossberg's ledgers.
Oh, well, thank you.
Goodbye.
Bye. Ozzy says call Curtis. Well, in Phantasmagoria 2.1, Curtis calls Gabriel. Let's check it out. Okay. Board. Awesome. So in Phantasmagoria 2.1, we have Curtis, and then when you pick up the phone,
Gabriel, it's Curtis. What's up, man? How's my favorite Schottenjäger doing?
Could you pull some cash for me from the Ritter account?
Now, people who haven't played Phantasmagoria 2.1 in a while, just so you know that there's a new feature in which you can punch the bookcase like non-stop.
Damn you!
This isn't real.
Damn you!
This isn't real.
I can do this all day.
Damn you!
This isn't real.
Yeah, Ribbons, I wrote a lot of the things here, and then I asked either Paul to record it, or we have scenes with the other actors from the game as well. Like, you have the actual flyer for Bridget's Books proudly presents Coping with Loss by Adrian Delaney.
Damn, I can't leave without my phone.
I can't leave without my phone. Wait. Let's take the phone. And then we get the Coping with Loss flyer. Which is this one.
Bridget's Books is proud to welcome best-selling author Adrian Delaney. Ms. Delaney will be signing copies of her latest book, Coping with Loss.
And guess what? She'll be joining me this December on Conversations with Curtis.
She's pretty.
Oh man, the days when Tori was supposed to come in for an interview. And since then, she's become a regular, so... Wow. It's been a while. The Schottenjäger asks, did you open that original sealed game yet, Daniel? Can't remember which one it was. Well, I still have the sealed copy of Phantasmagoria, and I know that I did a speed run in which we did the donations went towards me buying the sealed copy, and I still have that sealed copy, and I wanted to open it in August because it was supposed to be the 29th anniversary, so I might open it this August for the 29th anniversary of Phantasmagoria. If not, I'll wait until the 30th anniversary of Phantasmagoria and then open it and open it then. So yeah. Ribbons, no opening sealed games. Well, this particular game, people donated in order for me to make an unboxing video of. So this sealed game will be opened, and there'll be a video of the unboxing on this channel. So I'll get, a whiff of 1995 when I open this sealed box of Phantasmagoria. Hopefully there'll be some goodies in it, because I know that there are some releases of Phantasmagoria that just have the 7 CD jewel case and that's it. Then, yeah, okay. Nope. Nope. Not this one. This one. Right?
Baron Friedrich von Glauer. He lives in the Perlacker district.
Oh, I didn't know that, Ribbons. Wow, you are an OG.
I was hoping for a Mercedes.
Okay. Oop, oop, oop.
Entschuldigung, Baron. Gabriel Knight ist hier, Sie zu sehen.
Lassen Sie bitte ihn herein. Gabriel, what a pleasure to see you so soon. Bringen Sie uns bitte ein zweites Glas.
Yes,
Hope I'm not taking advantage of your kind invitation.
Well, my invitations are meant to be kept. Come, warm yourself. I hope you like wine. I got hooked on the grape when I lived in France.
It's fine, Baron.
Call me Friedrich.
All right.
Good. I like to have things settled. You were going to tell me how you found the club and about your hunting in America.
Oh, there must be more interesting subjects.
No doubt. You are a man who runs deep, I suspect.
On my off days.
I find nothing more stimulating than a new companion. A fresh mind with treasures to reap. New thoughts like rare birds uncovered and examined, one by one. It is only when people know each other well that they run out of things to say.
May we never be so cursed.
So I think that in the next live stream I'll wear the Baron's robe. Look at that blinking fidgeter. He's blinking once. Wait. A double blink. That's the entire fidgeter. 1, 2. Oh man. Now I'm invested.
Are you from Munich originally?
No, I was raised abroad. But both of my parents had deep Bavarian roots.
Really? Where abroad?
All over. France, England, South America, North America. I love to travel.
So tell me about your family.
The von Glovers? We are not nearly as old a line as the Ritters, I'm afraid.
Do you have a wife? Children?
Good God, no.
You sound like someone else I know.
I've been picking up on certain similarities between us. Do you have relatives? How fares the Ritter family tree?
I'm the last.
I too. I suppose all trees eventually stop bearing fruit.
Okay.
How'd you end up here?
My circumstances were probably not much different than your own. I wanted to return to the land of my ancestors, and so I did. Which reminds me, you were going to tell me how the Ritter family ended up in America.
My grandfather. He left the family and went to New Orleans.
But you chose to return to the family. Why?
If you want to know the truth, I didn't have a hell of a lot of choice.
Yes. I understand.
Tell me about the club.
I'd prefer it if you formed your own opinions. To be perfectly frank, I could use a fresh perspective. That's one reason why I invited you to join us.
Rivens asks, did you still do the Jane interview after Cesar and Sai were on? Well, my interview with Jane is tomorrow, and I already talked to Cesar and Sai, so the answer is yes.
How about telling me about the other club members?
Ah, my select few. You find them valuable friends once you get to know them.
Did most of them come to the club through you?
For the most part.
Yeah, you can still submit
Though
questions.
occasionally, fate throws one into my lap.
All of the men at the club are from wealthy German families, I gather.
Yes, but it's not quite that simple. I am a believer in self-determination. Each man at the club must also be personally accomplished and gifted.
Really?
Absolutely. For example, von Eigner owns one of Germany's biggest meat butchering plants, and he runs an elite private brewery. It's true he inherited the business, but he's expanded it a great deal.
A butchery? Huh. And the others?
Price is recognized as one of the best trial lawyers in Germany. He seems pleasant enough in person, but you would be surprised how vicious he can be in a courtroom.
And Henneman?
Is with the government. He has a prominent position and is an acknowledged contender for higher office.
Really? How high?
There have been newspaper reports that predicted the highest.
That would be convenient for his friends, wouldn't it?
Mm-hmm. Such men are an asset to everyone who knows them.
And Baron von Zell?
Von Zell's family owned the majority of stock of one of Munich's oldest banks.
In his own personal accomplishments?
Gar was, is a quite promising young man. He was always top of his class, the best at anything he did.
I keep picking up a past tense here.
You haven't seen him at his best. He's going through a rough spot lately, I'm afraid.
There's something about the club I don't quite understand.
Yes?
I get the feeling you're not your average, ordinary hunting club.
No?
No.
Well, that room in the basement, for instance.
I gather you've been exploring.
Well, the door was open.
It doesn't matter. You are right. Yes. Die Königlich-Bayerische Hofjagdloge is more than just a hunting club. We share certain philosophical beliefs as well.
I'm curious about these philosophical beliefs of yours. Can I talk you into enlighten me?
Are you really interested?
Yeah.
Say no. Say no.
You seem to be the sort of man who would appreciate our way of thinking. The men at the club and I, it is our desire to reconnect with our true physical nature.
Go on.
Think of it this way. What makes men different from any other species?
Zchwex tipped $25. Work has been occupied that last few streams. I just wanna let you know I appreciate you. I'll check out the VODs later. Peace to the Mies, set it to W for Weast.
Thank you, Schwex. I appreciate you as well. Thank you for hopping in the live stream even though you're busy. And I hope you enjoyed the VOD. And do visit more often.
On this planet. Civilization, of course. Oh, it's not a bad thing, human society. But it has come at a terrible price. Through civilization, man has lost his physical self, his sensory power, his instinct, if you will. He became fat and lazy, a dulled, rusted blade.
And those are my good days.
Picture a beast in the woods. It is alert. It smells. It sees. It feels everything around it. It can tell where some other animal has passed days before, where food is to be found. It can sense danger. You put civilized man in the woods, and he's comparably deaf, dumb, and blind.
I hear you, but isn't some of that related to physical makeup? Our senses of smell and hearing aren't as sharp as those of wolves, for example.
That's just it. Surely man once had those abilities. As generations of city dwellers failed to use their most acute senses, genetically they started to fall away, the way limbs wither when not exercised. I believe we can hold this degeneration. And not only hold it, but recover that which was lost.
It's an interesting concept. Do you have any proof that such powers are recoverable?
Proof? I felt things myself. Keener hearing, sharper smells, but documentable proof? That is harder. To what extent we can recover these primal abilities, and what some of those abilities might prove to be, that is what we still struggle to find out.
You're very convincing, Friedrich. There's no doubt that the potential is fascinating.
Well, I have filmed proof of von Glauer's abilities, and we'll see them in a sec. Yeah, the vertical line is back in these scenes. It was in the police station as well. It's not in every scene. It seems like they messed up the filming of these scenes, and they just couldn't handle the video artifacts. Or maybe it's an issue with the compression. I don't know.
How does one go about trying to get back in touch with one's physical
Rivers,
self?
what are you talking about? Gabe
Does it have
isn't
something to do
moving.
with hunting?
You are right. That's part of it, yes. Man is, or was, a predator. But unfortunately, he was too smart for his own good. He figured out how to raise his prey in pens. Hunting helps us get back in touch with our predator soul.
Do you? Get back in touch with your predator soul?
Some of us have been more successful at tapping into that than others.
So how has this philosophy affected the men in the club?
The men at the club are all excellent specimens who have used the philosophy to increase their success and power.
So your woods becomes corporate headquarters, your prey the competition.
Some of the technique can be applied, yes. When the senses are primed, one can pick up all sort of feedback that is normally lost in the haze.
Speaking hypothetically, do you think it would be possible to take this philosophy too far?
Funny that should occur to you so quickly. It hadn't occurred to me for the longest time. I hope not.
I don't like Star Wars. They didn't use QuickTime as the compression. They had their own internal one, and I think for Phantasmagoria 2 they used the duck compression. So they used all kinds of weird compression methods they had at the time.
Have you ever heard of the Black Wolf?
I'm so sorry.
It's all right.
Gunther! Würden Sie das bitte reinigen?
You barely got me.
Are you all right?
Yeah.
Danke. I feel so clumsy. Danke, Gunther. What was it you asked again?
Well, if I'll ask again, you'll drop your cup again. So.
I asked if you'd ever heard of the Black Wolf.
Of course, you did. I suppose you just startled me. These killings in the papers, they've really got me derailed.
Any particular reason?
People getting slaughtered. Children in broad daylight. Nature can seem cruel, but it is orderly. It does not waste or torture, not like this. And with the club espousing what we do, our philosophy does not support this kind of thing.
I'm sure that's true.
I apologize. It's just, I am concerned that we are not put in the best of light under these circumstances.
Maybe we should start selling those Von Glauer robes with Conversations with Curtis logo on Amazon.
The nature I promote is not a murderer. When a healthy beast kills, it takes only what it needs to survive, and it does so respectfully. It is only the man who is capable of such a pointless slaughter. I'll be glad when this has passed. I'm sure the other men feel the same way.
Okay, so I want to show you guys a deleted scene from Gabriel Knight 2. Hopefully it won't get this video demonetized, but this may be removed from the VOD, so this may be your only chance to see it. So let's see the Von Glauer deleted scene.
Paso doble zatańczy para numer 4. Peter Lucas i Dominika Kublik.
When your
Man, they really didn't want to pay Madonna, huh? To use this weird cover. Yeah, Garrett, this is the same actor. This is Peter Lucas, and he was on Dancing with the Stars, and this is him doing the Paso Doble. So, and he did a couple of other dances, like, and Jive.
Jive'a zatańczy para numer 4. Peter Lucas i Dominika Kublik.
He winked at me.
Zatańczy para numer 4. Peter Lucas i Dominika Kublik.
1, 2, 3, for goodness sake. I got a hippie, hippie shake. Yeah, come on and shake. I got a hippie, hippie shake. I can't stand still. Watch the hippie, hippie shake. Yeah, I feel thrilled now. I got a hippie, hippie shake. Well, it's in the bag. Wow, the hippie, hippie shake. Well, you shake it to the left, you shake it to the right. You do the hippie shakes it with all your mind, oh baby. Yeah, come on and shake, yeah. Well, it's in the bag. Wow, the hippie, hippie shake. With all your mind, oh baby. Yeah, come on and shake. Well, it's in the bag. Wow, the hippie, hippie shake.
Wow, man, Von Glauer has some moves. Well played, Von Glauer. You know, there's that Maroon 5 song, Moves Like Jagger. They should change it to Moves Like Von Glauer. Did he win? No. I think. Maybe he won. No, he didn't win. But I think he made it to the final because there's, I don't know, 6 dances over here, 7 dances. So he stuck around for a while. Okay, back to the game.
That's a great mask. Mind if I take a look?
Be my guest.
Interesting. Is it African?
No, Indian. I
No,
picked it up in Brazil.
Indian.
Huh.
Again, the voiceover that sounds as if they were both in the same recording booth, next to each other, like really close.
Von Glauer says it's Indian.
Okay, now a word from our sponsor, Johnny Walker Red Label by Von Glauer. Mi pasión.
Johnny
mi
Walker
whiskey.
Red Label.
Wow. Wow. Well done. Well done, Von Glauer. I mean, I think that this commercial is the epitome of 90s commercials. It has everything. Romance, drama, overacting, and a plot that doesn't have to do with the actual product. Okay, so it was Dancing with the Stars in Poland. Okay. Okay.
Von Glauer says it's Indian.
Von Glauer's lying.
I'm not sure what else to say.
Just undress.
Well, I hate to say it, but I should go.
It's been a rare pleasure.
Yeah. I've been kind of isolated over here myself.
I'll see you at the club tonight, won't I?
Oh, right.
And perhaps you'd like to come over for a drink after that? It will give us a chance to talk some more about the others.
I'd like that. Thanks.
I'm getting this robe on Amazon.
I'd give it a shot, but I don't speak the language. That's taken care of.
Okay.
And I thought Germans only drank beer. It's in German. I don't think I'm gonna get down there again. I think I've pumped that particular well dry.
You pumped Von Glauer dry as well. Okay, so we're missing something. Oh, maybe we should go to the police.
The police station is closed.
What? The police station is closed? Isn't it supposed to be open like 24 hours? A day? What do you mean the police station is closed? What is this game?
Ah, Gabriel, come in.
Hey, Harry. You mentioned the possibility of my using your secretary for research?
Anytime.
Great. I wouldn't ask, but I need a newspaper search done, and my German sucks.
No problem. What exactly are you looking for?
Missing persons. Actually, missing persons cases that occurred in or near forested areas.
How far back do you want to go?
10 years?
Okay, I can spare her later in the day. We should have it ready for you by tomorrow.
Great. Thanks.
Awesome.
Well.
Now we're talking.
Good night.
And you, Herr Price? You look a little wet.
Oh, I was visiting a friend nearby, and I thought that I should take a shower before they was arrived. I was a bit automatic.
Are you Herb Rice?
Well, how thoughtful.
I really hope that shoulder pads would be a dialogue option. Let's see.
Herr Price?
Yes.
Yes. Let's look at their fidgeters. It's like the director asked them to be awkward, like extremely awkward. Him with a leg, him with a face. Fidgeters.
Baron von Glau mentioned that you're a lawyer.
Yes. And fortunately for me these days, I have enough money to where I only have to take those cases which interest me. I enjoy my leisure time.
And what do you do with your leisure time?
I entertain.
Leisure suit hair price.
Probably a dumb question, but what sort of entertaining do you do?
Do you like women, Herr Knight?
I've been known to.
I adore them. You might call it an obsession. The stalk, the dance, the bait, the hook.
And what do you do once you've hooked him?
Oh, you know. You're quite the pleasurist yourself. Or have I misled you?
You're probably just getting a whiff of the past, Herr Price. What do you think of the club philosophy?
It works, doesn't it?
Does it?
We're all animals. I deny it.
So you don't believe in suppressing anything?
Why would I want to suppress my urges? If your body wants something, it must be natural.
Well, what if you get the natural urge to rip someone's throat out?
Well, fortunately, my instincts run to pleasure. Of the equally sticky but less fatal kind.
Well, what about those whose instincts are fatal? Shouldn't they suppress?
I believe that nature handles that scenario when it occurs here at night.
And how does it do that exactly?
In the wild, when a member of society does not conform, he is hunted down and executed. End of mutant instinct. And its genetic bloodline.
Let's play Her Price is Right.
Tell me about the other club members.
Oh, they're all right. Don't worry about Von Zell. He's a bastard to everyone these days.
PMS?
I don't know what his problem is. Oh, he's always been an arrogant bastard, competitive on the hunts, ambitious. But still, aren't we all? He was decent enough at one time. In fact, he was Von Gloria's favorite. And he was an asset as a friend. But things change.
And what about the other club members?
Like who?
Henneman, for example. I've heard he's in line for a position extremely high up in the government.
Henneman, he is a drunk. His days as a political superstar are over. My friends at the courthouse tell me that he has been marked for early retirement. One less politician to worry about, huh?
When did Von Zell begin to change?
Oh, he's been getting worse for a long time. I remember a hunting trip about a year ago. That was the last time I remember that we were all together and having a good time. He must have started getting difficult after that.
Seems like you've pretty much written Von Zell off yourself. Any particular reason?
Look, it's one thing when he insults the rest of us. But when he insults the Baron, no. I heard
What's
him
up with
arguing
the
once.
clipping?
When Glover told Von Zell he did acted stupidly about something or the other, Von Zell was furious.
What'd he say?
He told the Baron that he was weak. Bastard. I don't know why the Baron let him get away with it. I mean, I would have said something at the time, but, well, it was a private conversation.
Uh-huh. When was this?
I don't know. 5, 6 weeks ago?
That's like the sound mixer died mid-conversation.
How was Von Zell an asset as a friend?
He is a banker.
Are you saying he loaned you money?
He's always willing to help out his good friends.
Why would anyone in this club need money? I thought y'all were models of success.
Yes, well, fortunately, I took less advantage of Von Zell's hospitality than some.
The Black Wolf.
Have you ever heard of the Black Wolf?
Yes.
Really, where?
Oh, I don't know. Just sounds familiar.
Will you tell me if you remember?
Of course.
Awesome.
The reinforcements have arrived. Now you'll have someone new to probe, Herr Knight.
New to probe? To probe?
Brilliant man. Good cheer to you both. Where's the beer?
Guten Abend, mein Herr. Ja, good evening.
Guten Abend.
Wieder eine Sterne essen.
Ja.
Abend.
Abend. Meine kleine Familie. How are you all this evening?
Wow.
Gabriel, I'm glad you could join
Look
us.
at that jacket. Or trench coat. Or jacket.
Enjoy your evening, Herr Knight.
Thanks. I will.
Baron. May I speak to you for a minute?
What is it, Bryce?
Yes, Herr Knight?
This is a pretty weird framing for a scene in which we see Gabriel's back and those two fidgeters. And Gabriel doesn't have a fidgeter. We just see his back and the shoulder pads.
How's it going?
Fine. Would you excuse us, please? We are discussing something private.
Oh, sure. Just wanted to grab a magazine.
Then grab one.
Then grab one. Was he talking about the magazine?
Thanks.
Who knows?
Ich bin sicher, es ist kein Reiter.
That's a thought.
That's a thought. Let me just place it right back.
Just the right size for the big bag. Just the right size.
Well. Wow, talk about pixel hunting.
Just.
Yes, Herr Knight?
Just wanted to put this magazine back.
Then ungrab one.
It wasn't very good. I wouldn't recommend it.
Immer so.
Ich habe meinen Nachmittagstermin abgesagt. Wir treffen uns hier um 4 Uhr?
Ja, so viel ich weiß, ja. Ja, so, good evening, Herr Knight.
Henneman, Von Agner?
You care to join us?
Sure. Thanks. I've spoken to several of the club members today, but I haven't had a chance to speak with you yet, Herr Von Agner.
How tragic. No one in this club talks better than I do.
Oh, true, very true.
Perhaps tomorrow?
I'd be delighted.
I haven't had a chance to get to know you yet, Herr Hanneman.
Well, I'm already beyond serious conversation tonight, I'm afraid.
Tomorrow's fine. Have you guys heard about the mutilation killing last night? Happened right around the corner.
Awful, simply awful.
I'd meant to get a newspaper, but the time got away from me. Do you have any details?
A few. The victim was a man named Grossberg. He ran a furrier business in town.
Horrible. You know, this zoo wolf business is inexcusable. The mayor has been spoken to, and quite seriously. Even the prime minister is concerned.
Did you know Grossberg, Herr von Eck?
Me? Grossberg? Why, no. Why do you ask?
I just thought you're both in the animal processing business.
Munich is a big city, Herr Knight.
So it is. Ah, well, I was just curious. So, what were y'all talking about when I came up?
Tomorrow's little excursion. Will you be joining us?
Our monthly hunting trip.
A hunt trip? Really? Where?
Our lodge is at Eppenberg. It's in the Bavarian National Forest. We leave tomorrow afternoon.
Well, gosh, you know, that sounds great, but I need to have my gun cleaned and...
Oh, there are plenty of guns at the lodge.
Yeah, Von Eigner, perhaps the Baron did not mean for Herr Knight to join us quite so soon.
Oh, hell, why not? Baron?
Von Eigner?
Our hunting trip tomorrow. Will our new American friend be going with us?
Herr Knight? Well, I don't see why he could...
Of course not. He's not a club member. He's probably not even registered with the license office.
Nonsense, Gar.
Sure.
The sooner we get to see his technique, the better. We'll just slip him in, and he can register properly when we get back.
But that's not legal.
Since when do you care about legalities? It's only a hunting license?
I agree. I would enjoy Gabriel's presence very much.
Well, enough said. The Baron should certainly get whatever he wants, shouldn't he? Perhaps it will be an interesting exercise at that.
Oh, man.
Ah, Herr Baron.
Gentlemen, you excuse me, please.
I apologize for not getting to you sooner. Have you been enjoying yourself?
Oh, it's been loads of fun.
Good. I'm glad you're going with us tomorrow. We don't get started until the afternoon, so won't have to worry about staying up late tonight.
I have to warn you, my hunting's kind of rusty.
I'm sure you'll do just fine.
Was?
East.
I demand to know what you're doing at this club.
Me?
Baron Gonzalo.
Really?
Are you aware that this guest of yours has been asking intimate questions? Poking around in our personal affairs? He must be a reporter. Or the police.
What do we have to fear from a reporter or the police? Although I can promise you, Herr Knight is neither.
You don't care that he's prying into our private business? What possible motive could he have?
Gar! Please. He's my guest. You're the one who's turning that into an inquisition.
Then it is on your head.
I apologize for that.
You keep defending me. I'm not exactly helping the harmony around here.
Believe me, the harmony was shattered a long time before you came. Gonzalo gets,
Take notice that
territorial.
Von Glauer has bigger shoulder pads in this scene than the previous one.
Well, I should go anyway. I wanted to clean up before tonight.
All right.
Clean
Good night,
up
everyone.
what?
Good enough tonight. I should be home soon. See you then.
Gentlemen, knock down one more. Yeah, no beer.
I mean, he's wearing his talisman, the plastic talisman. Yes. Chapter 4. It's the scene from the bloopers. I had the same dream yesterday.
There's nothing else on werewolves in the occult section.
I wish I could read these biographies of Ludwig. Wait a minute. Ludwig II, fairy tale king of Bavaria. I didn't see this before. Yep, English. Huh.
Yeah, English. Let's read some books.
Ludwig remained throughout his life both very bright and very naive. He was an introvert who seemed to be constantly out of sync with traditional views of rulership, money, and human relationships. The world ever failed to match his ideals. Perhaps this was a fault of his sheltered upbringing as future king. He never was introduced to the real world, and the real world failed to interest him as an adult. In his youth, Ludwig was in fine physical condition and loved to hike alone in the Alps and ride horses. He had a hunting lodge, Schahen, specifically for this purpose. Unfortunately, in 1872, a rather traumatic hunting accident befell the king at Schahen, and his leg was cruelly damaged. He never fully recovered from this incident, and his hiking and riding ceased. His physical health deteriorated from that time on, and explains why he looked so unhealthy in later years. A hunting accident?
No. Wait.
Other than his long-standing friendship with the Empress Elizabeth of Austria and with his mother, the relationships Ludwig attempted with others were nearly always a disappointment for him and a bewilderment for his partners. He would become obsessed with someone, a singer, an artist, a nobleman or a peasant, and would bombard them with gifts, praise, and favors. When they would fail to return the depths of rapturous passion he required, the singular adoration and humble obedience he expected, he would grow disappointed and cut himself off from them. The objects of his interest were occasionally women, usually ones he fell in love with after seeing them in idealized roles on the stage, but they were more often young men who fit his fantasies of the heroic sagas like Lohengrin and Parsifal that he so loved. A good example of the king's obsessive behavior in relationships is the following letter from the Königlich Bayerische archives, which this author was privileged to access. It is dated 1864, and it was written by Ludwig's manservant, Paul, to a friend. The king has been in high mood these days. The reason, of course, is a new interest. Thursday last, the king attended a performance of Lohengrin in the Wittelsbacher Theater. He came back in a fever, demanding that a man be found. The man, it was gathered, had been sitting in a box across from Ludwig and had drawn the king's attention by his beauty and his deep emotional response to the performance. The king declared that here at last is a sensitive soul. The man was tracked down and brought in for an audience. Upon my word, never have I seen any mind so in line with His Majesty's own. They discussed Wagner and France and Byron and all manner of things until long past dawn. The young man, beautiful indeed to look upon, met the king's enthusiasm and knowledge bit for bit.
Jeffrey didn't miss anything.
His Majesty has been in the thick of it ever since, and while I welcome his good temper, I grow tired of fetching letters back and forth to Louis, so called by His Majesty, that should tell you who the young man looks like, at all hours of the night. This author has not been able to learn much about Louis, but he was known to have been a seemingly high-bred foreigner, and he was involved with Ludwig as late as 1880, when he fell into disfavor.
They should have asked Joanne to read the audio book of The Beast Within.
The king, especially later in life, felt a great deal of guilt about his sensual nature. His diaries are full of repentant entries begging God for forgiveness and swearing to remain pure. In many of the diary entries, he swears to abstain from sexual relations. The number of these oath entries indicate that Ludwig was not very successful in resisting temptation, yet it is also clear that Ludwig was a God-fearing man and that, though his flesh might occasionally fall, he never surrendered his heart and his conscience to sin.
His flesh might occasionally fall. Okay, so what happens between page 83 and 152? Does he get some flesh-eating bacteria? What's going on? Okay. Let's see what we have here.
It wasn't worth picking up the first time.
Yeah. Put on those shoulder pads.
Gerda's being a real pig about those car keys. So this is where I've been sending Gabriel's fan mail. There's no one there.
Guten Tag.
Grüß Gott, Frau Nakimura. Ich habe etwas für Sie.
Oh, it's from Gabriel.
Ja, das ist vom Schattenjäger. Ja.
No, I think you... Gabriel is a working partner and... Never mind. Danke.
Bitte, brauchen Sie noch etwas?
I like these fidgeters. When they look in opposite directions. Oop. Maybe that they told both of them to look right.
Danke.
Bitte.
So someone mentioned earlier in the chat that the fidgeters look weird because it seems like they're played at a higher speed than they were recorded. And that's because they had to manually extract the frames of these fidgeters frame by frame from the film footage and then, you know, remove the blue screen. And in my conversation with Rich Powell, he also worked on Phantasmagoria, and what he did there is use the sprite animations and remove the blue screen. So
Jeffrey tipped $10. Love the stream, Daniel. FMV games are the best.
FMV games are the best, and thank you, Jeffrey. Thank you for the donations. And thank you for enjoying the stream, and we reached our goal, so we have a Will of Daniel at the end of the stream, so stick around.
Gerda's being a real pig about those car keys.
Hey, I just wanted to know if you want coffee, Grace. Okay, so anyway, they took like, you know, a 1 second. These fidgeters were usually like 2 seconds long or 3 seconds long. And then they would remove the keyframes so that there'd be enough movement between the frames themselves. And then they would get those frames and stick them together. And then a 2-second scene or a 3-second scene would turn into 15 frames, and when you play them in this game, they play over the course of 1 second or half a second. So that's why the fidgeters appear as if they're playing faster than the original recording. Thanks for joining, Top Fuel.
Gracie, you decided to come over. That's great. Guten Tag and all that. I'm sure you and Gertie are
Guten
hitting
Tag
it
and
off.
all that.
Thanks for finding the werewolf book. I'm not sure what it all means, but it might be useful. But Ludwig II, you know, I think you might have something there. Ubergrau says there are 2 places you should check out. Ludwig had a castle called New Swan something, and there's a museum about him here in chemistry. Something like that. I really think you should spend some time looking into it. Don't worry. Things are going very smoothly this time around. I've tracked a suspect to a hunt club run by a man named Von Glauer. He seems okay, but I'm sure there's something going on with at least one of the others. Don't worry, though. I met a police detective named Lieber, so I have backup. I'll be finished soon. Sit tight and enjoy your visit till I get there. Gabriel.
What does he think, I'm on vacation here? And no address. Thank you very much, Mr. Knight.
Gabriel writes in all caps. And doesn't use cursive. Oh, wait, I have nothing to do here. Okay.
Gerda's being a real pig about those car keys.
Yeah, Gabriel has his own font.
Hello there, dear.
Hi, I'm Grace Nakamura from the castle. Am I interrupting?
Heavens, no.
Have a seat, Miss Nakamura.
Well, I might. For a moment.
Isn't this nice? We just finished our breakfast. Do you want something?
No, thanks.
Good for you. I can never turn down food myself. Now you just tell us all about it, Sugar Pie.
You mentioned the other night that you were a demonologist. What is that exactly?
Well, it's not as bad as it sounds, honey. What Emma and I really do is to help protect people.
Protect them from what?
Well, do you believe in the devil, Miss Nakamura?
I believe in good and evil, if that helps.
Oh, but Satan and his demons are real, and they will attack the living. And most folks don't know what to do once they've been attacked. We try to help protect people.
How can you protect people from demons?
Best protection is faith in God, of course. But sometimes faith isn't enough. Sometimes we have to delve into the supernatural in order to protect others. Your shot and joggers are just the same.
We are?
Joggers.
He is?
Of course. The warriors of light are rare these days, but they do exist all around the globe.
That's interesting. I just read about a group called Manos del Sol in Brazil. So the Ritters aren't the only Schottenjägers.
Well, they're probably the only ones to use that title, but others have been chosen for the battle.
Do you know anything about King Ludwig II?
Sure, we saw his castles, didn't we, Mother?
We sure did. Why do you ask?
Well, I found a letter in the Schottenjäger library warning Ludwig about the Black Wolf.
Who wrote the letter?
One of Gabriel's ancestors, a Schottenjäger.
Seems like whoever was using me as a megaphone helped you find that letter. Perhaps you should follow the path something's pointing at. Look into Ludwig.
I intend to.
The Black Wolf.
The other night you said something about the Black Wolf. What did you mean? Where did you hear that name?
Sound mixing issues.
I wasn't the one talking.
I don't understand.
Well, that's quite all right. The point is, it would be a very good idea to answer those questions, and we must work together to do so. Of course I'll help you, Pumpkin. I'd like to know myself, wouldn't I? It isn't every day one's taken over by a disembodied spirit, and I don't much care for it, thank you.
You're not talking about a seance, are you?
Oh, heavens no.
Thank God.
Emma's right. I'm much better at tarot cards. I can read for you or for someone else if you prefer.
Well, I guess it wouldn't hurt to do my tarot reading.
Don't you worry now. I know what I'm doing. push your vital energies into the cards. This is your soul card, that which applies to all of your lifetimes. It's the Empress. Oh, that's a good one.
What's it mean?
It means that your soul's journey is one of leadership. There's great strength here, and intelligence. This card represents what you're like in this lifetime. It's the Chariot. Self-discipline, control. You need to feel you have a plan, that you're testing your abilities. The Chariot's very masculine. In combination with the Empress, it tells me that you're currently exploring your male side. You will seek out great achievement, but it does have its price.
Doesn't sound anything like me.
Yes, dear. The third card represents the other. You've pulled the Magician. Who is he, dear?
Excuse me?
Your other, the Magician. Oh, this is a very powerful card. Major Arcana.
My other?
Everyone has an other. Let's see. I bet it's the Schottenjäger. What's his name?
The Schottenjäger? Gabriel Knight.
A name of power. He is powerful, this one. The Magician is dexterous and cunning, mischievous and manipulate.
That's Gabriel, all right.
And very strong with magical and occult powers. Now, this is interesting because your card, the Chariot, is all logic and reasoning, while his, the Magician, is spiritual and intuitive. You two are quite a pair. The fourth card shows what you're trying to achieve at this moment, your immediate destiny. It's the Strength or Lust card.
Lust?
Not that kind of lust, dear. It's a trial card, finding the strength to continue some difficult journey. It also represents the integration of conflicting energies. That must be your Chariot and his Magician energies. Strength also means bonding those energies, loving without judgment, learning to love the beast.
Uh-huh.
What is this trial, dear? Do you know?
Well, Gabriel and I are involved with a case right now.
It will be a hard time. You must let your love give you power. Use the positive energy of your union or you may not succeed.
I think you have the wrong idea. Gabriel and I just work together.
Yes, dear. But if I might just suggest, when you're facing negative forces, the positive energy of love is a very vital weapon. You make yourself vulnerable when you resist your own tools.
Well, that's been helpful.
I hope so, dear.
Are you sure you don't know anything about the Black Wolf?
I never did, dear. I told you. Really, you mustn't confuse the vessel with the voice. All I remember was seeing a very bright flash like lightning. Next thing I knew, Emil had me outside. Whatever it was very powerful. Very powerful.
She has the same haircut as the mummy in the beauty pageant in Day of the Tentacle.
Maybe we should do a reading for Gabriel.
Oh, let's! It's a little like spying on someone unawares, but what the heck? Reach out to the cards and to think about his essence. His soul card is the Magician. Yes, dear, it reflects your other exactly.
Well, maybe, but I'd rather hold out for David Copperfield.
And his lifetime card? Oh, goodness. The Lovers.
You mean the sole purpose of his life is in his pants? Doesn't surprise me.
It's not what you think, dear. It's a duality card. As a lifetime card, it refers to Gabriel's own duality. Good versus evil, physical pleasure versus spiritual growth, that kind of thing. His challenge is to integrate the conflicting parts of himself. Until he does, he'll never find peace. And you will find peace when you acknowledge all of him. Find a way to love the worst as you already love the best.
You're really reaching.
Mother.
His other is the High Priestess.
Let me guess. That's me, right?
No, dear, it's not. The High Priestess represents psychic mysteries, deep wisdom. This is a very different energy from your earthy one. This must be our connection. To the voice, dear! Someone is trying to communicate with Gabriel. This force is represented by the High Priestess.
That's not much help. What about the Black Wolf?
But it is a help, dear. The High Priestess is a spiritual guide card if ever there was one. The message must have been a warning.
If this force is connected to Gabriel, and if he's so very psychic, then why doesn't it just go to him? Why say it to me?
Maybe Gabriel's blocked. Maybe he's purposefully blocking. There is that duality business. Let's go on and see if it becomes clear. The fourth card, remember, represents the current situation. It's death.
Oh. Nothing to worry about then.
Now you just leave interpretation up to me, Sugar Pie. It's a transformation card, dying to one thing and being born to another. It is painful, but it isn't necessarily bad. Two of Wands. Oh my.
What?
A 2 is not good here. Wands is Mars in Aries. That's a war card. In conjunction with the death card, there are 2 possible transformations.
2 transformations?
Yes, dear. Gabriel is waging a spiritual battle. The transformation might be good or evil. That must be the purpose of the High Priestess. She's trying to guide him.
So you think he really might be in danger?
Oh, yes, dear. Gabriel's very essence is at stake. If he takes the wrong path with his powers, Imola and I will stay in town. You must let me know if anything else happens that we can read for clues. Let the Force use you.
Let the Force be with you.
I'd better go.
Anytime you need us, stop by.
And be careful now.
Thanks.
How come she's his mother? They look the same age. Okay. I don't like Star Wars says, Daniel, I don't mean to alarm you, but have you noticed there's a cross on top of your head? Yeah, but it's moving, so it's fine. It's not static. Moving. It's moving away from me. Let's see what else. Gia asks, isn't that man the priest from Seinfeld, where George asked him for a death certificate? Yep, that's Father Jessup from Seinfeld. Okay. I thought he calls her mother as a title of the family and not literally his mother. Really? Okay. Anyway, I don't know if you guys know, but King Ludwig was a waiter in Beverly Hills 90210 before he was a king. So let's check it out.
Sirloin to go with all the trimmings.
Thank you. You know what they say,
Yep, that's him. A waiter in
I'll
90210.
introduce you guys.
Shut. Hey. Oh, they can hear you a lot, I think, is what it is.
Russell Mitchell has been a model and a TV veterinarian on the morning news. I didn't know the veterinarian part, by the way, on the news. I didn't know that part. Anyway, what am I? Fortunately for the motorcycle community, he is best known for building bikes. As the owner of Exile Motorcycles, you may have seen him on the TV shows Biker Build Off, Build or Bust, or any number of other shows that he's appeared on.
So basically, he was a waiter, a veterinarian, and a king. You know, the usual career path of kings of his stature. Let's go to the church.
Gerda's here. I wonder what she's up to.
Gerda was in love with Wolfgang.
Oh no.
Boy, do I feel stupid or what. I really should apologize, but I don't want to interrupt her. Maybe there's something else I can do. I really should apologize, but I don't want to interrupt her. Maybe there's something else I can do.
You interrupted her a few times before just to be snarky or mean, so interrupting her in order to apologize seems like the right thing to do. But you do you. Okay. Wait. I wonder if now that she realized that she was mean to Gerda, she'll stop saying that Gerda is a pig. Let's see.
Gerda's being a real pig about those car keys.
Be better. Okay, let's pick up some roses. This will make everything better. This will make up for you being obnoxious. Roses solve everything, Grace. Okay, so I picked up a few roses. Let's see if now...
Gerda's been a real pig.
Never mind. Why do I bother?
That's better, don't you think? I'm so sorry. I was an idiot.
Gabriel and I, we never...
I know. It's my fault. It's Gabriel's fault. He never tells me anything.
Take
I don't know why he
responsibility.
didn't want me on this case.
Maybe he just...
Don't even try to make excuses for him. Still, he's up to his neck in it, I think. Will you help me out with something?
Of course.
I have to do some research on Ludwig. I want to go see some of his castles.
Take Gabriel's car. There's a map of southern Bavaria in the car. Ludwig's castles are all marked.
Thanks.
Good luck.
So Elizabeth says those game writers are being real pigs about updating my dialogue. And Ozzy says, but you really have been a pig about those car keys. Okay, let's see. Wait, if I click the car, I need to click the keys on the car for her to drive. But what happens if I click the car?
At least I have the car keys now.
Seriously? That's all you have to say about this entire situation?
At least I have the car keys now.
You could have said, maybe I have been the real pig in this situation, players. She didn't even use the key to open the car. It was open all along. Okay. Okay.
I wonder where that door leads.
The closed door leads to the tower, which is not part of the tour. The king was making his way to this very door when he was arrested in 1886.
Maybe Ludwig thought all this luxury would help him sleep. Maybe Ludwig thought all this luxury would help him sleep. Did they have running water in 1886?
Maybe they did, maybe they didn't.
Did they have running water in 1886?
Scenes from the opera Tristan and Isolde. Scenes from the opera Tristan and Isolde.
So Elizabeth says the car being open doesn't do her much good without the keys, like she could have gotten in the car and sat there. Well, first of all, Gerda said that there's a map in the glove compartment. So she could have taken the map and then, I don't know, taken a taxi somewhere. Or I don't know, hotwire the car.
These linens look seriously expensive. And
The Miracle of the Grail.
these linens look seriously expensive. And seriously old.
Oh, now there's the puzzle with a kid peeing all over the place.
I'm surprised people don't sit in these chairs when the guard's not looking. That's an unusual depiction of the Madonna.
The stained glass window depicts St. Louis receiving the last sacraments.
It's a beautiful crucifix, ivory and gold.
Jeffrey says Grace is thinking this tour guide is being a real pig about Ludwig's castle. Yeah.
This is Ludwig's private chapel. The king was a devout Catholic, as were all of the Wittelsbacher rulers. They supported the Roman Church even when other European countries were dominated by Protestantism.
These linens look seriously expensive. More swans. I can almost picture Ludwig in here. I wonder what he really dreamt about in this room.
Why would the picture Ludwig in this room?
Pretty nice place to work. Pretty nice place to work. I doubt there's anything left in there now. Besides, the guard would kill me if I touched it. I doubt there's anything left in there now. Besides, the guard would kill me if I touched it. Why would Ludwig have wolf paintings in his castle?
Why indeed?
The hunters tracked down Engelhard and Hildegunde. This is the final room of our tour, the Singers' Hall. It was modeled after the Singers' Hall of the Wartburg Castle, where minstrel competitions were held in the 13th century. The hall is probably best known for its enigmatic wolf paintings. Engelhard courts Hildegunde. The wedding feast of Hildegunde and the Baron.
Now she looks so happy. Must have been a great wedding.
Nice view of the Alps.
Ludwig's childhood castle, Hohenschwangau, is visible from the lookout in the Singers' Hall.
Okay. Hint? Okay. So we missed something.
The closed door.
Okay, we'll listen to this one. Oh.
You are now standing in the king's bedroom. The theme of the bedroom is Tristan and Isolde, the tragic love story retold in Wagner's opera. The opera was given its first performance in Munich in 1865, and a 20-year-old Ludwig attended. This is probably the most elaborate and expensive bedroom ever created. It took 14 woodcarvers 4.5 years to create this room. It was this kind of extravagance that bankrupted the king. In the years before his death, he found it increasingly difficult to find money from any source.
Wow. 4.5 years. Nice.
Scenes from the opera Tristan and Isolde.
Okay. Are we done here? You?
The Miracle of the Grail. This is a reproduction of the grotto from the Tannhäuser saga. In such places, Ludwig could pretend he was one of his beloved mythic heroes. As the grotto personifies, the castles were solitary playgrounds built for Ludwig alone. He believed the masses were too coarse to appreciate fine art, and he seldom entertained guests. In fact, Ludwig had a standing order that upon his death, the castles were to be destroyed. Fortunately, the estate was in such debt that the castles were opened for paying tours only weeks after Ludwig's death. They haven't closed since. It is one of the great ironies of Ludwig's story that the castles that he was thought insane for building are now considered Bavaria's finest treasures. They have paid for their construction many times over.
I doubt.
The hunters tracked down Engelhart and Hildegunde.
Okay, we got another point. Are we there yet?
The study paintings depict scenes from the Tannhäuser saga and the Wartburg castle.
Okay.
This is the final room of the hall is probably best known for its enigmatic wolf paintings. The original paintings were from...
Yep. Heard that one. Oh, man. They can click on everything.
Scenes from the opera.
Saw that one.
Scenes from the opera.
Saw this one.
Maybe Ludwig thought all this luxury would help him sleep.
Nope.
Did they have running water in 1886?
The richly carved bed.
Heard that one.
These linens look seriously expensive and seriously old. I'm surprised people don't sit in these chairs when the guard's not looking.
The paintings in this room are from the Siegfried saga.
It's a beautiful crucifix.
Mm-hmm. And this would be a speedrunning nightmare, this particular part of the game.
Pretty nice place to work. Pretty nice place to work.
If we go over here, if we go there, we have been here. Wait. Do I have an exit over here? What? What's up with the perspective? It's weird. Okay. Are we done here?
The wedding feast.
Saw that one. Oh, man. Okay, anyway. I'm going to the next place.
Guten Tag.
Guten Tag.
Ich hätte gern eine Eintrittskarte fürs Museum.
Ja, 8 Mark für eine Ganztagskarte. So.
Danke.
Bitte.
Okay. Let's check out all of the exhibits.
They certainly make an incredible looking couple.
Brace yourselves, everyone.
They certainly make an incredible looking couple. They certainly make an incredible looking couple.
Okay.
July 3rd, 1863. Elizabeth, you can have no idea, dear cousin, how happy you made me. The hours recently passed with you in the railway carriage I consider among the happiest in my life. Never will their memory fade. You gave me permission to visit you at Ischl. If the time comes for this ardent hope to be fulfilled, I shall be of all men upon earth the most blessed. The feelings of sincere love and reverence and faithful attachment to you, which I cherished in my heart even as a boy, makes me imagine heaven upon earth, and will be extinguished by death alone. I beg you with all my heart to forgive the contents of this letter, but I could not help myself. Ludwig.
Okay.
Elizabeth frequently gave Ludwig advice on royal conduct, hoping to protect him from unfavorable public opinion. March 1st, 1865. My dearest Eagle, you have not written me in a few months. I have missed you. I often try to imagine what you are doing. I hear tales that you have been on retreat and have not been seen in Munich for some time. I suspect it is this new friend you wrote up so mysteriously that takes you away from home. I hope you are enjoying yourself, my beloved, but I beg you to caution. The people need to see you at the throne. I also hesitate to suggest that what your officials do in your absence may not always be in your own best interest. You have always been a true king, but you must let the people see you to ensure that they don't forget that. E. Your dove.
E. So people in the chat, let me know if you want me to skip these parts in which Grace is reading out loud all of these plaques, or if you want me to listen to them all the way through.
Ludwig's friends were concerned
After
for his
you.
mental state long before his arrest. June 14th, 1878. My beloved Eagle, in your last letter you spoke so movingly of your torment that I was moved to tears. What is this torment? Why won't you confess to me what is truly troubling you? You must know that I would never despise you, no matter how horrible you believe your sins to be. Please do not write such barbs to my heart by even suggesting such things. If you do not wish to confess to me, at least tell me how I can aid you. I am always your true one, your dove. In this letter, dated November 1886, Elizabeth of Austria thanks Bishop Frank for his assistance in helping her fulfill Ludwig's last wishes. She writes that she knows it was an unusual request, but she believes Ludwig had reasons of his own for wishing it to be done. She hopes that his spirit finds peace at last. No further reference to this letter has ever been found. One can only speculate what the last wishes of a cornered and embattled Ludwig might have been. What were his last wishes? This place is giving me more questions than answers.
Exactly.
Ludwig's diary. Ludwig kept a diary from 1869 when he was 24 years old until his death. The diary provides a fascinating look into the mind of this tormented man. The original diary is kept in the Royal Archives. A few entries are shown on the opposite wall. I've got to see that diary. Richard Wagner. Ludwig and Wagner. Ludwig loved the opera of his contemporary Richard Wagner. He helped support Wagner's music through much of his life. Ludwig considered Wagner a close friend, often calling him the great friend. Wagner encouraged this infatuation, some believe, for personal gain. Typical artist.
Typical.
Signets and sash pins from the Order of the Knights of St. George. These were worn on Ludwig's uniform, as befitted his rank of Grand Master. They are now the property of the Bavarian Crown Treasury.
Okay.
Even after Wagner's death, Ludwig still showed signs of obsession with the composer. This letter, written in 1882 by Ludwig to the conductor of the Munich Opera, instructs the conductor to make preparations for a new Wagner opera. The conductor went to see the king as instructed. When he arrived, Ludwig was ill and refused to see him. Nothing further was ever heard of this mysterious new opera. Was it a figment of an ill man's desperate wishes?
Indeed.
Ludwig is offered a crown of laurels by the genius of immortal fame. 26 July, 1874. By the power of the lily, we shall have the strength to resist all temptations throughout the whole year. 26 July, 1875. Solemn oath before the picture of the great king. Refrain for 3 months from all excitement. This oath has its binding power as well as its potency by de par le Roy, LNR, DPLR. What excitement! I need to see more of that diary.
What excitement indeed. I've never been this excited.
Oh my God. That's the slave for my dream. Maybe Mrs. Smith will know what my dream meant. I have to ask someone. This thing is getting too weird. Ludwig embarking on his sleigh. The midnight sleigh rides. Ludwig went on long sleigh rides in the middle of the night, particularly in his later years. It is said that he suffered from insomnia, headaches, and toothaches, and the rides soothed his restlessness. The sight of the king's grand sleigh speeding through the countryside of the Alps often startled the peasants and became a superstitious omen of ill fortune. I can see why. But what was he doing out there at night?
Hi, Zero Cleft. You made the edutainment part of the game.
Ludwig's death mask. Wow. I have no idea what that says. Looks old, though. June 7th, 1886. A group of men arrive at Neuschwanstein Castle demanding to take the king in custody. With them is Dr. Guden, the doctor who had been in charge of Otto, the king's mentally ill brother. The men have an order for the king's arrest on the grounds of insanity. They are refused admittance by a brave group of farmers and local soldiers who have come to Ludwig's aid. They are forced to retreat to nearby Hohenschwangau. This is the first Ludwig hears of the conspiracy. Ludwig composes a pamphlet explaining the subversive acts of the conspirators and eloquently pleading with his people for aid. The pamphlet is smuggled out of Neuschwanstein and printed, but the pamphlets are seized before they can be distributed.
Okay.
June 12, 1886. Ludwig knows the conspirators will return. He despairs. He asks his servant for the keys to the tower. The servant, fearing the king intends suicide, says the key is lost. Unbeknownst to Ludwig, the conspirators arrive at the castle. This time, there is no one to stop them. Ludwig is lured from his bedroom to the entry hall of Neuschwanstein on pretense. There, he is taken into custody. Ludwig is taken by carriage from Neuschwanstein to Berg, where his brother Otto had long been imprisoned. This is a great blow to the king's state of mind. While on the way, the group stops at Seeshaupt to change horses. Ludwig asks to see the postmistress, Frau Vogel. She brings him a glass of water and he says something to her. She never reveals these last words to anyone.
I love the fact that she stops every time she says Neuschwanstein. Like she takes a deep breath and says Neuschwanstein.
June 13th, 1886. At Berg, Ludwig seems cooperative and coherent. Dr. Guden writes to the government that he has Ludwig well under control. The two men go out for a walk, and Dr. Guden is so confident he dismisses the guards. When Ludwig and the doctor do not return after several hours, a search is undertaken. The bodies of the two men are found in the lake, drowned. Circumstances unknown. June 18th, 1886. Ludwig's funeral procession marches through the streets of Munich, followed by enormous crowds of mourners. The service is held at a packed St. Michael's church. Lightning strikes the church during the service, but no one is harmed. Ludwig's body is entombed in the Wittelsbach crypt at St. Michael's. His heart is placed in an urn in the pilgrimage chapel at Altading in the Wittelsbach tradition. The urn is shown to the right. His heart is in an urn. How bizarre.
Really bizarre. Are we done here?
Ludwig is Prince Charming. He played the part well.
We saw this one. Did you see this one?
She's beautiful.
Is she?
One of Ludwig's few close friends was Empress Elizabeth of Austria. She was a distant cousin of the boy Prince, and he saw her often growing up. Graceful and beautiful, Elizabeth seemed to represent the feminine ideal to the younger Ludwig. Their friendship continued after her marriage, mainly by correspondence. She remained a source of stability for Ludwig throughout his life. In keeping with Ludwig's love of romance and drama, he called her the Dove, and he to her was the Eagle.
Look, I think we're done. I mean...
Guten Tag. Guten Tag.
Ist das die Ludwig Museum?
Ja, ja. Ludwig der Zweite von Bayern.
Ludwigs Tagebuch im Museum?
Ja.
Wo kann ich Ludwigs Tagebuch hier anschauen?
Die Tagebücher sind ganz persönlich. Die sind in den königlichen Archiven. Niemand darf die lesen. Aber nein, niemand darf die lesen.
Danke. Im Museum ist ein Brief von Ludwig über eine neue Wagner-Oper.
Ja, ja, ich kenne diesen Brief.
Wo kann ich mehr von dieser Wagner-Oper sehen?
Ja, ich weiß nichts über Wagner. Das hier ist kein Wagner-Museum.
Ja, ich weiß.
In Bayreuth befindet sich ein Wagner-Museum. Versuchen Sie es halt doch, ne?
Bayreuth. Danke.
So, Joex and ZeroCleft, you joined in late to the live stream. This has already happened throughout the live stream. Gabe would come closer and closer, and I would sometimes look at him and he'd stop, and then I'd look away and he'd get closer and closer, and then I'd look at him and he'd stop. And he was beside me several times this live stream. So, great minds think alike. But me and Gabe have already bonded throughout this entire live stream. So, okay. Let's see if we have any locations on the map. Yeah, we do. Awesome.
Herr Huber?
Yes?
I was wondering if you've changed your mind about telling me where Gabriel is. It's really important.
No. Sorry.
Are the Smiths in their room?
Yeah, I believe so.
Could you ask them to come down, please?
Ja, natürlich.
Who would do that? Why would you bother the guests?
Now you just tell Merle what's going on.
I had a dream last night. I didn't remember it at first, but I saw something today at one of the museums.
What was the dream?
I was being chased in the woods by wolves. And I saw a sleigh. Ludwig was inside. He pulled me up, and I thought I was safe. But then he turned into a wolf.
So what do you think, Mother?
A dream of rescue is a spiritual guide dream. The High Priestess in Gabriel's cards must be linked to Ludwig somehow.
What do the wolves represent?
I'm a psychic, dear, not Freud. But the warning I got was about the black wolf, wasn't it? And the wolves in the dream. It must be the same danger.
It's so frustrating. The more I find out, the more questions I have.
Why don't you try a little communicating of your own? Ludwig's the link. Appeal to him. The answers may not come right away, but at least you'll give the guide something specific to say the next time she contacts you.
Isn't there any way that you could, you know, do a psychic reading on Ludwig or something?
To tell you the truth, I've been trying all day to make contact, but I only feel great despair. Ludwig's soul is not at peace.
I'd better go.
Anytime you need us, stop by.
And be careful now.
Thanks.
Hi, did you have a good time?
Uh-huh. Anything new?
Yes, you had a phone call.
Really?
A man named Professor Barkley. He said you had his number.
I do. Thanks.
Oh, they're like BFFs. He's her bestie.
Who should I call?
I mean, call that professor. No. Nope. This one, yeah.
Hello?
Hi, Professor Barkley. It's Grace.
Oh, good. I have a name for you. It's Herr Josef Dahlmeier, and he specializes in Bavarian history, and I think he's somewhere near you are.
Herr Josef Dahlmeier. Great, got a number?
Yeah, I do. It's 4982-555-2234.
Thanks a lot. Sorry about the bother.
That's no bother. When are you coming back to school, Gracie?
When I figure it out, I'll let you know.
Well, be good.
It was the chair. Roxy, too bad Dean Hendrickson wouldn't come on Conversations with Curtis. Any hope for it in the future? Well, like I said in the previous live stream, every February I contact him and he tells me to contact him the following year. So I'll contact him again in 8 months. Or actually, I'll contact him in a month because I promised him to send him the Jane Jensen interview because I asked him to send me a question for her and he wanted to hear her answer. So I'll contact him in a month. I won't ask him to join me for a conversation because he usually declines, but I'll contact him.
At least I have the car keys now.
Next February, I'll ask him again. Oh, wait. I need to call Joseph. Well, there have been people in the past that took a while for me to convince them to join either me or Paul for a conversation. So I'm not giving up.
Who should I call?
Maybe he'll come to his senses. This number, yeah.
Hallo?
Hallo, sind Sie Herr Josef Dahlmeier?
Yeah, you must be Grace Nakamura, the American history student.
Yes.
I hear you're interested in Ludwig II.
Very.
Good. There's something I want to show you. Drive to Berg on Starnberger See. Meet me at the Memorial Chapel.
All right. Thank you.
Oh, wait. Was there anything you wanted me to look into before we meet?
Well, I was hoping you knew something about someone called the Black Wolf. He was a contemporary of Ludwig's. He lived in Prussia, I think, and he was well connected.
Never heard of him, but I'll check. See you there.
Thanks. Bye.
Gary asks, do some of these people not think they're very important? If you're talking about the fact that Dean doesn't want to join for a conversation, Paul has given his background on the subject when conversations with Curtis started. Then he said that throughout the years, people have contacted him about, Phantasmagoria 2. And you never know if people are actually contacting you as fans or if they want to make fun of a certain scene that you did in the game, because these games tend to be extra cheesy. So I understand Dean's reluctance to join for a conversation, because either he wants to put this whole thing behind him, or he thinks that he, will ask him to watch a scene that he might find embarrassing or, I don't know, cheesy. But, it takes time for them to realize that we're true fans and we're here to appreciate their work and not make fun of it. As it says, yeah, but Conversations with Curtis has tons of videos and interviews now. That should show him you have genuine interest. Well, there's that, but there's also the thing that each person has another person he looks up to, and whenever that person is being interviewed, then they might agree to be interviewed themselves. So I'm not sure who that person is for Dean. So for example, when we interviewed Ron Gilbert, then pretty much everyone else from LucasArts wanted to be interviewed, because if Ron Gilbert agreed, then they are more willing to agree. But I'm not sure if Dean has someone from the list of people that we usually interview in the game industry that he might watch an interview of and be convinced and, to join for an interview.
At least I...
Exactly, Gary. Gary says, I think I read on Brutal Legend Wikipedia entry that once they got a certain musician or a certain name on board for the project.
Zero Clef tipped 5 pieces of 8. I've always been curious what your pitch is to people you're trying to get for an interview. Do you have stock pitch that you tailor, or is every request unique?
Oh, that's a great question. First of all, thank you for the donation. So, my pitch is unique. I never use the same wording because the reason why I approach each person is different. Some of them I appreciate their games or their music, and I have different emotional connections to each project. So for example, I'm a fan of The Dig, so if that person worked on The Dig, then I, give a little bit of history of my appreciation of the project as a whole, all of the iterations of The Dig, and and my experience of playing the game as a kid, and so I try to be honest. I'm usually a huge fan of the people I interview, so I tell them that, and I ask them if they want to be interviewed by me for Tech Talk with Daniel, and which is exactly the reason why I thanked Aaron Giles, whom I interviewed a while back, because he was my first guest on Tech Talk with Daniel, and being the first guest is the hardest one to get, because after you have your first guest, then you have a list of people that are willing to be interviewed because you interviewed that person, and so on and so forth. Bottom line, every pitch is unique. I contact them. Sometimes some people need some convincing. Some people, have been interviewed numerous times and they don't want to talk about the same subjects again. And so I discuss my methods of interviewing, in which I do as much research as I can. And so I promise them that most of my questions would be unique or things they have not been asked before. And that's about it. I try to be honest, and it works most of the time.
This is where he died. You must be Grace. Herr Dahlmeier.
Hello.
Josef. I didn't mean to startle you. I wanted you to see it. I feel him here the most, more than at the castle. So, what did you want to know?
So Zerocraft, no need to apologize, because Kerry, what he wrote in the chat is pretty much the intro to the answer I've given you, which is once you get someone for an interview, then another person is willing to join another one. Okay.
Professor Barclay says your hobby is Ludwig.
Yes. He was the last real king that Bavaria had. As a Bavarian and a history buff, well, that's enough to hook me right there.
But there's more, right?
He was a romantic, you know. A dreamer. And he was misunderstood, maligned.
Sounds like you can relate.
Me? Hell, I have it easy. At least I live in the 1990s. And not every eye in the country is on me. But yes, I can relate.
You know about Ludwig's diary, right?
Of course.
How can I get my hands on it?
I'm sorry. I have been trying myself for 5 years. They keep it locked up tight in the Royal Archives and they don't let it out. They must think it contains things that will hurt his image.
They won't let anyone see it, not ever?
Only one person outside of the government ever got to see it, a biographer, Sir Richmond Chapel. He had friends among the German royals and they let him look at it.
Did you ever try to contact Chapel, pick his brain?
No, and I don't believe I never thought of that. If you do and you find out anything, you must share.
It's a promise.
It's a promise. ZeroClef asks, when are you going to add progressively spicy wings to interviews? You know, I like hot ones, and the reason I like it so much is that he also tries to ask questions that have never been asked before. And I think it's even more interesting for the guests themselves, because, you know, people don't stick around for my 4-hour conversations because I make them talk for 4 hours. They want to talk for 4 hours because the questions that are being asked are things they want to elaborate on. Because usually when you listen to people who have been interviewed a lot in the past, at some point they just give the same canned responses because they can't really, you know, change the answer too much. They're talking about an event that happened and the way it made them feel, so they have the same canned responses. So I try to avoid that by asking them things they haven't been asked before. Much like hot ones.
I don't know where to start. There's so much. Politically, the most significant thing about Ludwig II was that he signed over independent Bavarian statehood to Prussia in 1870. Bavaria became a part of United Germany, and Ludwig became a figurehead prince under the Prussian Kaiser.
Why do you think he did that?
Bavaria had been involved in the 100 Years' War. People were tired of fighting. Prussia's push to unite the German states made some amount of sense. Still, Ludwig must have had other options. At the very least, he should have negotiated better terms.
So what was the real reason?
He was manipulated by Bismarck. At least that's what I think, anyway.
What about Ludwig personally?
You'll find two perspectives on Ludwig. The view the tourists get is the romantic ideal, Ludwig the tormented loner. Then there is the historian's point of view. Ludwig was plagued with guilt over his sexual orientation and was driven mad with self-loathing.
But I take it you're not buying either point of view.
Well, it's all too convenient, isn't it? That he was a devout Catholic, there is no question, and I'm sure there were pressures on him to be normal. But he was no prude. He loved Byron. Yes. Philosophy, the French court. If anything, Ludwig was too much an egomaniac. He didn't give a damn what anyone thought. And besides, he didn't try to hide any of his relationships. If he suffered from anything in his romantic life, it was disillusionment. No one loved him back as purely as he himself loved.
Well, if it wasn't sexual guilt that tormented him, what was it?
I don't know. His diary was filled with self-guilt, but I'm sure it's not about that. If I knew, I'd write my own book, set the record straight, so to speak.
Have you read anything about Ludwig's midnight sleigh rides?
Oh, would that have been something? To be out at night and suddenly see him
Midnight
sweep
sleigh
by
ride
with
is
his
a
entourage.
metaphor.
They say the night agitated Ludwig, and that being outdoors and the rushing feeling of the sleigh calmed him down. Sometimes even the sleigh wasn't enough. He would stop in some remote woods, order his servants to stay put, and go wandering off by himself for hours. It drove the servants crazy.
Tell me about Bismarck.
Oh, Bismarck. He was the Prussian Kaiser's chancellor. Not a nice man. Bismarck had a reputation for learning people's weaknesses and manipulating them. It's a matter of record that he had spies on Ludwig's staff. He may even have had a henchman even closer to the king. And he was involved in the conspiracy to declare Ludwig insane.
Did you find out anything about the Black Wolf?
I did. I'd read about him before, but I hadn't realized that was who you were talking about. His name was Godin, Paul Godin. I found a reference to his being called the Black Wolf after you telephoned.
I've never heard of him. Who was he?
Godin lived on the fringes of the Prussian court. He was handsome, charming, dangerous, or so they say. He was variously rumored to have been a foreign prince, a Prussian spy, even an assassin. Since you were interested in him, I found out some things that are probably true. It said he came from abroad in the mid-1800s, but claimed high German blood.
Do you know where he came from?
No. And he was ruthlessly ambitious. He probably found out who held the power, Bismarck, and offered his services. Bismarck was a good judge of talent, of that sort anyway.
Let's look at the fidgeters. She's looking down. What's he doing? Looking down as well. Well, maybe they stepped on some dog poop.
What else do you know about Godin?
He must have done something remarkable. Bismarck was not a generous man. He liked to string people along with promises, but rarely came through. He did for Godin, though. He gave him a royal title and lands in 1863. And that was the last reference I found to him.
Well, how could he just disappear?
It's not that unusual. Back then, when you were given a title, you usually changed your name and moved to a place where no one knew your past, so you could act with impunity. Or be a pompous ass and get away with it.
Is there any way to find out what Godin was called after he got his title?
Is it that critical?
It might be.
Well, you could send away for a copy of the entitlement deed, assuming it has been destroyed during one of the wars. Godin's new name would be on it. But you would need a research permit from the government to access those records, and they can be very hard to get. A lot of red tape.
Great.
What do you mean Shawshank Redemption came out 6 years after this? This came out in 1995 and Shawshank Redemption came out in 1994.
What do you know about Ludwig's hunting accident?
A couple of years ago, I was introduced to this great old man, a real old world farmer. Well, his grandfather was Richard Horning, Ludwig's equestrian. Oh, he told some great Ludwig stories. Sometimes I get lucky. Anyway, he said that after the hunting accident, Ludwig got terribly ill, that he had a fever and was acting crazy. They were afraid that the wolf had been carrying a disease or that the bite had gone septic.
A wolf bit him?
Yeah, it's not so unusual. There were a lot of wolves in the Alps back then. The servants were really worried, but Ludwig recovered, physically anyway. Horning's grandfather said it was the fever that broke Ludwig's mind, that he was worse than ever after that.
What do you mean Ludwig got worse after the accident?
Ludwig always had been a very private person. But after the accident, he got darker, more crazy. Towards the end, he was even forcing his servants to enter his
Why are they
chambers bent
whispering?
over so
There's
they
no
couldn't
one
see his
there.
face. Horning's grandfather said his temper was fearsome. He would fly into a rage at the least mistake.
Must have been terrified of him.
Yes, well. Horning's grandfather felt sorry for Ludwig, and Ludwig hated his own violence. He was always giving gifts to his servants to apologize.
You mentioned that there were other reasons why Ludwig's servants feared him.
Ah, that's another of Horning's mysteries. There's a story about Neuschwanstein. Apparently, there was a period of time of 2 or 3 months when Wagner would come and visit him
Wagner?
there. Yeah. The two would lock themselves in the Singers' Hall. Horning's grandfather said the sounds that came from there were awful. Well, the servants had superstitious minds anyway. Some of them quit over it, just walked away.
What
Yeah,
kind of
that's
sounds?
true. The
Horning's
clipping
grandfather called them
is back in
heartbreaking
this scene.
and ungodly. Maybe it was Wagner trying to sing.
Well, I guess that's all for now. Thanks for your help.
It's my pleasure. And if you ever want to talk again, just give me a call. I'll meet you down.
I will. Thanks.
Servus.
Bye.
Give me a call and I'll meet you down here. Don't they have other meeting places? Let's go back. Give me a call and the audio quality will be better than speaking in person. Yeah.
Hi, Gerda. I'm back.
Good.
Look at how happy she is when she says, I'm back. And the way she walks. Oh, man. Oh, I can't replay that scene. Ah, too bad. Okay. Never mind.
Gerda?
Yes?
Yes. Awkward silence.
Have you heard from Gabriel at all?
No, Grace, I'm sorry.
Never mind.
Never mind. You were a pig earlier with the keys.
Gerda, do you have any idea where I could get a government research permit? I don't have time for a lot of red tape.
You should ask Herr Übergrau. He can maybe get such things very fast.
You think? I was gonna write Gabriel today anyway.
Okay, let's use the book on the phone for reasons. Because that's the only way you can call the publisher, by using the book on the phone. This is Phantasmagoria 2 type of interaction, of using an object on a person.
Hi, I have a book of yours on Ludwig II. The author's name is Sir Richmond Chapel.
Yes, how can I help you?
Well, I'm doing some research on Ludwig, and I was hoping you could get me in contact with the author.
I'm afraid Sir Richmond Chapel is deceased.
Oh.
However, his son is living.
Oh. Well, is there any way you can put me in touch with him?
And who are you doing this research for?
Well, I'm working with Professor Barkley from Yale University.
All right. Thomas Chapel's number in England is 41
Liar, liar,
20
90s bands on
555
fire.
771.
Thank you very much. I appreciate it.
You're welcome. Goodbye.
Bye.
Okay. Entire inventory is filled with notes with phone numbers on them.
Chapel residence?
Hi, my name is Grace Nakamura. I'm calling from Rittersburg, Germany. Is Thomas Chappell there, please?
Speaking. What may I do for you, Miss Nakamura?
Nakamura?
This is going to sound crazy, but I have a copy of your father's biography on Ludwig II. I understand he had access to Ludwig's diary.
Yes.
Well, oh God, I'm not even sure. He didn't make a copy of it or anything, did he? Or perhaps he took good notes?
He wrote down a complete translation in English. He said he couldn't make headway with the German version. Ludwig's handwriting was rather brogue, you know.
He wrote down an English translation. Do you still have it?
Well, unfortunately, my father was allowed to see the diary only on the grounds that he wouldn't publish the entire work. I can't let you see it. Have you tried contacting the National Archive?
No, I don't have the kinds of connections your father did, or the time.
That's unfortunate, but I really cannot let it out of my hands.
I understand. It was just a shot in the dark.
Very well. The best of luck to you.
Thank you, Mr. Chappell.
You know, I'm making fun of Grace, but that's how I got my interview with Jane Jensen tomorrow. I used my copy of Gabriel Knight's Sins of the Fathers on the phone. And then I talked to her, and then we scheduled this conversation. So... okay, now what we should do is... okay, let's write a letter. Yeah, Jeffrey, this guy is really being a pig about Ludwig's translated manuscript.
I should get a letter off to Gabriel. I need to include a note to Ubergrau about the research permit.
Wow, she took a typing class. She's typing like it's 1899. Okay, let's mail the letter. Okay, let's mail the letter, and then I want to go back to see if we'll have the same interaction with Gerda, in which we're walking sideways.
Grüß Gott, Frau Nakamura.
Grüß Gott. Haben Sie etwas für mich?
Nein, leider nicht. Brauchen Sie noch etwas?
Kann ich diesen Brief versenden?
Ja, 3 Mark bitte.
Dankeschön.
Bitte sehr. Brauchen Sie noch etwas?
Bye.
Danke.
Bitte.
I mean, the thing that bugs me about this game is that, you know, usually in adventure games, once you do an elaborate action, then if you do the same action again, the game allows you to do it automatically. So, for example, a puzzle can be you using your car keys on the car to start the car, but then the next time you click on the car, you just click on it, then the game starts the car for you. But in this game, you have to use the car keys every time you want to drive the car, with Grace and with, you know, later with Gabriel. And the same with mailing the letter. Okay, I figured out the fact that I need to pay her after I give her the letter. Let's skip that part. The next time I need to send a letter.
Gibt's das denn die Lilienblumen schon?
Sehr schön.
Ja, aber es ist doch noch so kalt. Für Sie ein Geschenk von der Madonna.
Oh no.
Nehmen Sie sie ruhig. Heute Nacht wird es kalt und sie wird sowieso erfrieren.
Thank you.
What's happening?
At least I have the car keys now.
Okay, let's go visit Gerd. Oh man, it skips that scene. Jeez. Okay, anyway, we reached the 4-hour mark, so I'll place the lily in the lake. And then we'll call it a day. I'll do a Wheel of Daniel. And then we'll call it a day. Besides, I need to get a good night's sleep for my conversation tomorrow. Jouex, Bill Davis, the art director, owned that BMW. By the way, Bill Davis appears in this game as Wolfgang when Grace goes into Gerda's room and she looks at the portrait of Wolfgang. Then that's an actual portrait of Bill Davis. Let's use the lily over here. This.
I'm trying to figure out what you want me to do, but I need more information to work with. If you can send any my way, I'd appreciate it.
The interesting part is that they actually drove the car in the studio in Phantasmagoria, because over here you just click on the car and you don't see the actual driving. But in Phantasmagoria, Tori drives a few meters with the car. So I wonder if everyone suffocated during the filming of the scenes of the car driving in the blue screen studio. Wait, I used it on the lake, and that's it. Okay. Yeah, staying with Gerda.
Hi, Gerda. I'm back.
Good.
This is an amazing way to end this live stream. Thank you, Grace. Thank you, Gerda. And thank you to everyone who donated today. Let me just prepare the will. So thank you to Moffat Reborn, CJ, Top Fuel, Schwex, Jeffrey, and Zero Cleft. Okay. I'm back. I'll get the plunger. Whee! So we'll have the Robert Holmes music playing in the background while I spin the wheel. Let me remove the green background. Awesome. Let's do this. Schwexo! Well played, Schwex. I'll contact you on Discord with the list of games for you to choose from. Thank you everyone for joining me today for this very lengthy second episode of my Let's Play of Gabriel Knight 2. Hopefully I'll do one in the near future with either Big Kahuna, who worked on this game, or Cesar, who likes this game even though he worked on the remake of the first one. Or who knows who my guest will be in the next episode. Wish me luck in tomorrow's conversation with Jane Jensen. And that's it. Have a great weekend, everyone. It's been fun. Bye.